Just a bit. You gotta set the fuck up. Gotta set everything up. Just setting everything up. Don't mind me. That's a bit loud. Just doing a bit of that. Doing a bit of that. Gotta get the pop out chat going. Okay. And we get the pop out chat going and we put it over here. I put it into the wrong thing. So we bring it back. We put it over here. You know, that's fantastic. We do a bit of this. We do a bit of that. And now we put the link in the fucking thing. Okay, that still is a bit loud. A little bit loud. Okay. Okie dokie. So. Today we're doing atmospheric scattering. Yes. Also, the bug that I was having yesterday that I was working on for like 5 hours yesterday, I figured it out. It was a few different bugs. What are you doing? Oh my god. $5 hours? 5H? What are you talking about? Huh? What are you talking about? What? Now you're worrying me. What happened? My bug? Oh yeah. We're not talking about an insect. We're talking about no, we're talking about a real life programming error. So anyway, we figured it out, and now things work okay. We do have the rare flickering that happens, which is, unfortunate. But what can you do really about it? So the flickering still happens sometimes, but overall it's much better and we can see much farther. So I'm happy with it for now. Eventually we are going to have to get rid of the flickering and try and figure that out. It is probably just like freeing chunks sometimes. It can be largely mitigated by increasing the amount of chunks. So basically there's no bug anymore, so we can stop freaking out about it. Okay, but that is still a bug. The flickering is bad, but if you don't look at it, then it's fine. Then it's all fine. And it's all fine and dandy. Anyway, as far as like LODs on top of each other, it's no longer an issue. So that's good. Every LOD only gets emitted once, or well, twice, for 2 different LOD levels, so that it can interpolate. You can't really see, but that little dithering that happens, that's one LOD fading into the next one. So that's why that's happening. And it's far in the distance. It's over there where the center of my screen is. Right about there. Anyway. So that's cool. A little stream. A stream, that's what I'm doing. Going on, like today I want to do atmospheric scattering, which Aria was talking to me about earlier, and now that we have everything else kind of squared away, we can do it. However, it's a pain in the ass. First of all, I want to talk about how I fixed the bug, because I feel like it's kind of important how I fix the bug. Are you do game developing only? This isn't really game developing. Where does it say game developing on it? It's just me. I do graphics programming, I guess. But obviously not really when, you know, my biggest video on this channel is the chess engine, you know. So not only necessarily. So how did I fix the bug? Well, couple of important things to notice, right? This was a big part about doing the bug. This is the one line that really got things going. Now, it's not the only bug, but it was. Holy shit. What the fuck? That's supposed to be LED -1. Wow. 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 That was a bug. That was a typo right there. Yo, that's a big typo. Anyway, maybe that fixes the other bug. Anyway, we can only free something once, because if we free it twice from the chunk hash, then it may have been emitted already during the frame. So let's say we free something because we're replacing it, and in the same frame we create a new chunk at that with that center, right? Then we need to only free it the first time and not the second time. So that's why that's an important flag. We only want to free things. I didn't recompile it. We only want to free things once. So that was like 90% of the bug. 5 hours for a bug isn't even that long, by the way. I sometimes get stuck on bugs for like long days, you know. Very rarely. I think the longest bug, so we have like a few bugs in terms of the stream, the history of the stream, that were extremely long. I think that possibly one of the longest was the day that I was in that rainstorm. That bug was pretty awful. That bug was like 8-9 hours. Okay, so the flickering didn't go away here. Okay, but you know, it was definitely correct to have that the way it is. So the flickering is pretty rare. So it's not, yeah, the flickering is pretty rare. Yeah, it's kind of impossible to see. The flickering is probably like, yeah, the flickering is problematic. But I'm not gonna sit here today and waste a bunch of time doing that. Like, really, I'm not going to do that. Because yeah, that's not very fun. Maybe printing too much. I don't know. That it's actually not that much printing. This is one frame, so that's literally just one frame, and then this is another frame. So it's not a lot of printing at all. This is just a diagnostic issue information, like frame time. This frame time, this is the camera position. This stuff we can get rid of. This is based on collision. And then this is the internals for CPU. And then this is the chunk count. And this camder is just incorrect because I didn't fix it. Okay. Anyway, moving forward. Maybe it's already emitted. I don't want to spend a lot of time. I don't want to spend a lot of time going over this because I spent all of last night doing it. By all of last night, I mean, like, I sat here for like 5 hours after stream ended to do it, just so that I didn't have to do it today. That was the whole point. So I don't know. Okay, but we're gonna do atmospheric scattering just after I try this one thing out. Okay, so the tricky thing about atmospheric scattering is that my computer sucks, so we can't really do the modern clean approach of just doing it in a frag shader and drawing a quad in the sky. No. What we're gonna have to do is draw a sphere and then do it in a vertex shader instead. Now, is that easy? No, that's the hard way. So we're doing it the hard way, but we're doing it the hard way out of necessity. So there's really nothing else I can say. Okay, yeah, so this didn't help it at all. So that's an assertion failed. Child doesn't equal -1 failed. Okay, so whatever I just did, we got to get rid of that. We gotta get rid of the already emitted array. Okay, yeah, let's not even fret with that. Was that child doesn't equal -1? Child doesn't equal -1. It needs a child. Yeah, it does. It does need a child. You're so right about that. Maybe you're supposed to be freeing this. I don't know, I got rid of that because logically it doesn't really make sense. Anyway, I don't want to look at this anymore. I really don't. I spent all night working on this, and now I got it to a pretty sane spot. It does sometimes free chunks that aren't necessary. Oh, you know what might help us out here? If we bias this. Just bias this. Just bias this so that it doesn't free things that are very close to the job score. I think 0.2 really worked well last time when I was doing this. Okay, anyway, so we have to draw a sphere at the center of the planet. Now, why is that difficult? Well, because my planet doesn't have a center. It's flat because the planets are flat. We all know that. That's the problem. Therein lies the problem. So we're gonna have to fake something somehow. I just don't know how we're gonna do it. I have no clue. Yeah, this is still doing it. You know what, actually? Oh, that flickering actually... Oh, the flickering is only because of children. The flickering is only children, I think. Okay, well... whatever. For my sanity in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to disable the whole interpolate parent children thing. We're gonna disable it for now because I just can't be fucking bothered. I can't do it anymore. We're just gonna skip children. That's gonna be it. Nice, thank you. How are we doing, chat? Well, there's like 2 people in here, but we're doing well. We're doing well. Luca, do you think I'm employable? Can you be honest with me on that one? Like, what's the over/under on me being employable as like a human being? Do you think I'm too thorny? I'm too adverse? I'm too Okay, well now that just fucking sucks because I didn't change the shader. Okay, yeah, I didn't change the shader. Shut up. I know, I need to change the shader. Shut up. Get out of my head. Fuck off. Yeah. I'm all over it, bro. I'm all over it. We're just not gonna do any stochastic dithering. Okay, none of that stuff. We're just gonna play it straight. 100% me? Really? Thanks. Do you want to be the meme answer or the real answer? They're similar anyway. That does not sound good. They're similar oh no, this is still happening. Fucking kidding me? Oh, you're so... Okay, we're not going to spend all day on this. I'm not doing it. Why is this a thing that's happening now? Why is that a thing that's happening now? It wasn't happening beforehand. I promise you. Do I want the meme answer or the real answer? Did I answer that? I don't really know which I want. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. Was it this? That has to be that. No. You're joking. I swear I'm good. Good luck. Thanks. Thank you. I am... You know what, Luca? I'm becoming a little bit jaded. I'm becoming a bit jaded with... and a bit bitter with the whole programming thing. Right? You know what I mean? I look online at companies and I see job postings for junior positions but must have 2 years of relevant professional experience. Can you explain that? Like, what the fuck is America, bro? I just don't get it. Okay, but like, I swear this wasn't happening beforehand. Like, I'm telling you, this wasn't happening beforehand. Maybe it was, but I just didn't notice it. Yeah, like, that is raw, bro. I wonder if it's the 0 list. I wonder if it's still the 0 list. We had some funny business happen with the 0 list, to be honest, where it was eating up chunks that it's not supposed to eat up. Every programmer has a lot of doubts. Yeah. I don't know. You need to count your projects as developer experience? I guess. I don't know. So I saw, like, for example, like, jobs at, like, fucking, you know, like, anything relevant for me, like, jobs at NVIDIA, jobs at, you know, whatever, graphics, whatever. It's like, you gotta have, like, a lot of them say, like, you have to have worked on a game published to a console. Like, what? We treated you like you were a newborn. You have 2 years experience, though. Like, you have a programming job before, and you have a degree. I have neither of those things. I have neither of those things, which is a big problem. Big problem. Yeah, I mean, I think it's the free list. I'm not gonna lie. I think the free list. The free list, by the way, if you don't know what it is, it's a hash. It's a hash table with a billion chunks that were free before. So, or were zero. We did the whole, emitting vertices for them, and it turns out that they had zero vertices. However, I think we're having hash collisions or something, where sometimes it just goes a bit white. It especially seems to happen in the middle. Like, it seems to happen like with LOD level 2 or 3. The good and bad part is that you gotta publish something that people use and enjoy, and then you put that as dev experience. Real users talk louder than a degree. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. I mean, I do kind of like make a bunch of bullshit that nobody cares about, but I don't know. What do you think, bro? This people use this stream. People use my YouTube channel. Maybe I'm just made to be an influencer. Maybe I can just start just like pivoting to be like a Jonathan Blow type of grifter guy, Just like talk about random shit that I know nothing about. Like, we could just like talk about programming languages and frameworks all day. That's what we could start doing. Okay, but in all seriousness, the sad reality is that they will ask you to use AI. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I like money too. I do like money just as much as the next guy. Yeah, I bet my bottom dollar that this doesn't happen if this isn't a thing. If we just comment out the whole goddamn shebang here, I bet that it works flawlessly. I feel like it's probably just the zero list. By the way, the zero list is just read back from the GPU, and then we use the vertex counts directly to hash them. So sometimes we go a little bit. Sometimes we all go a little bit mad sometimes. I'm developing apps right now because I want to transition to dev jobs. Oh wait, this is still happening. The fuck are we talking about? Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a good idea for me. I gotta make an app, I guess, or something. I don't know. Useful. I don't know. I have like a portfolio, but I gotta tell you, I feel like everybody's got a fucking master's degree. Not gonna lie. I'm getting no callbacks. But it's bound to happen someday, right? It's bound to happen. I think I just need enough time. for it to happen. See it, so it goes down a level. Okay, so it goes down a level. Okay, so it's not the zero list. This might have to just be like something bigger. Because we have to be freeing it. We have to be freeing it. Somehow. Or we're freeing it too much. Or, we might be freeing it here. We might be freeing it there. That's probably what's happening. That is probably what's happening. Yeah, we're freeing it there. So it is the zero list still, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that, dude. I do not know what to do about that. Just might take doing some stuff not as fun, I guess. I don't know. I figured that if I stayed inside for years and I got really good at something, then it wouldn't matter, to be honest. That's what I figured. But I guess that's not. See, this works a lot better, but not completely. Yeah, this works a fucking ton better. It still has that little blip to it, but it quickly gets covered up. I'm convinced that those blips are something else, though. Yeah, I don't know what to do about this. Because without the zero list, then we can't see far. This is a problem. So, big problem, big problem, big problem. Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest, I think we just stick to our guns with it for now. And then just go and agree that you know more about coding itself than probably 70% of juniors. 70? Alright, I'm not trying to gas myself up a little bit, but dude, I've seen some horror stories. But I don't know. I feel like my knowledge, though, my knowledge is more like ball knowledge. You know what I mean? Like, I know ball. Now, what I don't know is, like, I don't know. What I don't know is, like, fucking, like, you know, how to do a fucking, you know, center a div. Not literally center a div, but I'm talking about like center a div in like when like my boss, if I had a programming job and my boss told me to do something, I would have no clue what the etiquette was to do it or like whatever, you know. Like I would be like, okay, write the code, do the pull request, you know, and then just be like, okay, I don't know. Like, I would have no clue what the fuck to do in that situation. Hey, Zelda. Div center is... What? Wait, is that actually a thing? In HTML, you can just do div center? That's not a thing. You're lying, you're lying, you're lying. You're lying, you're lying, you're lying. That's where the experience takes part. That's what I'm talking about. I don't have that, bro. I need that. Okay, we're not gonna spend all day doing this. I'm not gonna fucking do it. We're not gonna do it. We are not gonna do it. We're not gonna do it. Okay, I fixed the bugs with it. That's enough for me. That's enough for me. We're not gonna do this all day. We'll figure it out later. We'll figure it out later. I worked a lot on this last night, and so we're gonna figure it out later. We're gonna do atmospheric scattering. We're gonna do atmospheric scattering. Now we can't do this because my computer sucks. This is all done in the frag shader. We're gonna do it in the vertex shader instead. We're gonna do a sphere. We're gonna render a sphere and then color the actual sphere with the thing. However, this method is way harder than just doing the modern, let's just do a quad and draw it on it. No. We're going to draw the sphere of a fucking planet, and we're going to draw the atmosphere onto it. Now, the tricky thing about this is that it's a very tricky thing. So, the first step is drawing a sphere with the right scale. That's the first step. You're lying? Damn. What I told you that DWM's code is 2,000 lines, that's kind of believable, but that's kind of incredible. That builds the experience. You need to explain to a recruiter. I hate AI. I mean, I used AI for my portfolio. I'm going to keep it 100% a buck with you. I mean, not to say that the whole thing was AI. I told it what to do. But my portfolio I told it what I needed, and I was just like, it's not like I used Codex or anything, but I was just like, hey, ChatGPT, how do I do this? How do I do that? You think I actually know how to do HTML, CSS? Fuck no. Fuck no. I fucking... whatever. Yeah. But mine, I don't know. I wanted mine to be not very fancy. I kind of can't stand like the coding portfolios I see online where you have to like click the buttons and it's like tells you their soft skills. Shut the fuck up. No one fucking cares. For your type of coding, that's a banger portfolio? Thanks. Wait, what do you mean? You don't need a fancy portfolio if you're not a web dev? Thank God. Yeah, I think that my portfolio is good, but the issue is that I feel like I have no resume. So it's like, it's kind of like 20 times harder for me, even if I have a good portfolio. That's my problem. Should I make a portfolio? Yeah. Yes, you should. You should hire me to make your portfolio. That's what we're doing. Okay, so we need to draw a sphere. Okay, so here's what happened, right? Last night when I was doing all this reading on this, I read this. And I was like, okay, but where do I draw the sphere? And I asked fucking ChatGPT, where do I draw the sphere? And it said at the camera position, which can't be correct, right? And I looked this up. So I was like, okay, let me consult with Gemini to see where do I draw the sphere. And then the fucking Gemini was like at the planet center. So I have no clue where I'm supposed to draw the sphere or how big the sphere is supposed to be. Gemini said, oh, you draw the sphere with a radius that is just a little bit greater than the planet radius. Motherfucker, my planet is flat. What? What the fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about? So we're left just like thinking here, like, how do I draw the sphere? Okay. So I think we already have a function that creates a sphere, actually. Like, funny enough, we have that function. A long time ago, we did that. Is this actually in a init? Where's the sphere? It is in a init, isn't it? No, it's not. Where the fuck is this? We had a function that did this. Am I hallucinating that? At what age did I start programming? 17, 18. Alright, peace out, Zelda. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck. Does freelancing? Yeah, I don't know. The whole freelancing thing seems like completely impossible to do. I don't know. Everything that I looked at online was just like, it's just literally people in other countries that are just doing it better. Literally. Like, I don't think it's possible to be an American and do that shit. And believe me, this, you know, it's like, it has nothing to do with like me being like a racist or whatever, bro. It's just, but it's just true. It's just like literally, you know, they can just do it for cheaper, I guess, you know? So, yeah, it's really unfortunate that that's the case. But, I mean, I'm glad that they're getting their grind on, but, like, also, I wish, like, I could go to, like, fucking any of those websites and be, like, offer my skills, but it's literally, like, they do it for, like, $15 for, like, an insane project. It's, like, so impossible to get that job, you know? Yeah. I think it might actually be in mesh.c. Mesh planet. Okay, so it was mesh face. Yes. Yeah, here it is. Mesh face. Okay, so this. Okay, this creates a planet, a sphere with normals and things of a certain size. The size is relative to the particles thing, but we need that in world position. Oh shit, this is gonna be a bit painful, I think. Okay, so I think I just copy this exact function. We get rid of all of the noise and this shit that we were doing, and then we just literally, we just don't do color. And instead we just do the points and make it massive. And then we just manually shift it down by the radius. Basically it'll be from 0 is our planet's surface, so then you shift it down by however far the radius is, and you make it a massive radius so that it stretches the entire horizon. I think you have to make it massive. That chess video, thanks. I like the chess video, so I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Yeah, it's one of my favorite videos that I made. The one advantage is living outside of the U.S. I become part of your problem. Jesus. Yeah, that's the problem here, is that finding work in America is actually impossible. Like, not to be like a dick or anything, but like I genuinely have never had a job that isn't washing dishes. And that's the experience of like 99% of Americans. Is you either work like busting your ass working in like retail or the service industry, or you're in like the 1% of people that actually get real jobs somehow, which is very, you know, most of the people that I know end up working just like regular jobs, and they have college degrees too, so it kind of sucks. Okay, so we just, yo, what's up, Max? We just have to do a new function called make atmosphere sphere. Atmosphere sphere. Yes. So we're gonna need another IBO and another VBO for this thing. I love also how when you talk to like ChatGPT or something about something, ChatGPT will be like, oh yeah, you just draw a sphere. Okay. Okay. I love how it like is be like, oh yeah, so this actually isn't that complicated. You just do this and this and this and this and this. It's like, what? Like, bro, that's gonna take like days. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean by real jobs? I mean like jobs where you aren't treated like shit and you can actually pay your bills. That's what I mean by real jobs. What I mean by real jobs is like you can actually like make enough money where you are comfortable, you know, where you aren't just getting by every month. Real job as in like you have a career where you aren't making hourly pay that is usually minimum wage. 90% of jobs are seriously minimum wage. 99%. And I know very talented people that always end up doing them, you know, including my parents. My dad is like an amazing painter, an amazing artist, and he has worked retail his entire life. And by amazing artist, I mean like actually like an amazing painter, like went to art school and graduated in illustration. Is like, you know, a seriously talented painter. But he never could get hired doing anything, so he's worked retail his entire life. Same thing with my mom. And you know, genuinely kind of looks like I'm gonna be the same way. I don't know. Yeah. That's America. Okay, so I'm just gonna do another one, and then so I don't know why I called this mesh. That was a bit of a bad. The American dream is dead. Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to come to America anymore. Like that's the sentiment that I've seen. It's not only like the fact that our politics are like incredibly bad, obviously, but like it's really, you know, it's like half of America is just incredibly racist and the other half is just, you know, poor, can't pay off debt, can't pay off, you know, bills, taxes, you know. I hate living in America. I really do. I hate it because it makes you sort of bitter because of how big the gap is between the poor and the rich, right? As someone who used to live in New York and I worked in like this fancy deli or whatever, right? I would have to deal with really rich people every day, like extremely rich people, right? I would cater their birthday parties and events and stuff. It just makes you incredibly bitter because of how big the gap is, right? Like I was making minimum wage at that point and I could barely afford rent living with three other people in Queens, right? And it was incredibly hard for me to even find that apartment. You know how I found that apartment? Through my friend, right? That's the only way you find things nowadays is just by having connections. But yeah, that's yeah, that's just how I think about the whole America thing. I don't think anybody even wants to live in America anymore. Would I leave the U.S.? I don't think I could leave my parents, you know. So for me it's like my living situation is just bizarre because I have like pretty severe bipolar, right? And so I just can't, I don't think I can trust myself on my own, at least on at least like for the foreseeable future, you know, like maybe in like way later in my life I would be able to do it, but I just need like people to like ground me, you know, or else I just like end up just like completely going off and doing my own thing, right? Yeah, but I mean, honestly, if the right opportunity came by, I would definitely leave. How am I externing this? Like, where are mesh verts? How did I extern this? Oh, in here. I'm also worried about this verts and indices thing because this is just going to eat up a lot of more I think we need another vertex. Oh wait, hold on. This is verts. This is gonna eat up like an insane amount of VRAM, actually, I'm realizing. Maybe we don't have to worry about it right now, but we should use a different layout without color because color isn't necessary for this. And it's just gonna be eating up VRAM. If I get rich, allow me? I mean, that would be pretty awesome. That would be pretty awesome. Anyway, I'm not like, I don't know. For me, it's like an eventual thing that I need a job or whatever, and it's not like I'm not looking or whatever, but like, I'm not at the point, like, I'm never gonna take a job where I know that I'm not going to do it, right? Like, I've had so many jobs already where I just take it just because I need to take it or whatever, and then it just like ruins my entire life. So I'm just gonna like take it easy no matter like what happens, and then just like try and get something good eventually. That's kind of my thing about it. This mesh IDX macro is times mesh res. Okay, what is mesh res? Where do I set this up? It's just a define. Okay, so this mesh res has to depend on the size, but I have no clue how to do that. Also, this is supposed to be atmosphere. Yeah, I have no clue how to do that because you want a lot of vertices if it's a sphere that's gonna have like atmosphere on it. We don't want it to be Also, I have no clue how we're gonna figure out the radius. That's also another thing. The size is the radius, right? Wait, why am I scaling it by the color? I did not copy that right. Color. Wait, I did copy that right. No. Yeah. This is just by size. The color was actually the height map off of the planet before, so that's what that was. That's what that was. Okay, so the mesh res that we want to use, I think I'm just gonna do another define here. I think we just like leave this at like a reasonable. Let's just leave this at like 128 and replace it. I think 128 seems okay. Resolution is just basically the spacing between the points, I guess you could think of it. Okay, fantastic. What does this cube pause do? Okay, so this is just UVs. I think that should like be fine for that to work still. This mesh face function still needs to be alive apparently because it's still tied to it. So okay, so now the size. The size is the tricky part because I have no clue what this radius should be. It also should technically be relevant to the size of the particle, but for now we're not gonna worry about that. We need it to be a massive thing. Our chunk world size right now is 20, right? And so our radius is about 7. So if the radius is 7 and 20, so it's 7 plus 1. It's 7 times 2 plus 1. So it's 15 times 20. Let me do the math on that because I don't know how to do math. Oh wait, that's just 300. Okay, so 300 is our size across. It's got to be. I have no clue how to like do relative size. Maybe we want to be like 2 times that downward or something like that. So I think let's just do this. Let's just do the math for it and this. So let's just do float size equals chunk world size times chunk radius times chunk radius times 2 plus 1 to get the diameter. And then let's just do the whole thing times 2. And that'll be basically the radius of the planet. Now, that's just an estimation, so I have no clue about that, but okay. So the idea now is that this should automatically work. You just need it to be a little bit greater than this. So this is going to be the radius, and then size equals radius plus radius times 0.1f. Okay, that's going to be fine. So the radius is going to be where we actually place it, right? Okay, so we need to make a model matrix for this, place it at camera position minus this radius. I think so. I think that's what I need to do. I'm just worrying. Okay, so this is what I'm going to look up into the stupid AI mode. I need to see what it says about when moving does the isosphere move. Typically no. Camera, instead you move the camera and the light source relative to the sphere's center. Okay, so that's what I was worried about. The sphere does move with the planet's transform. Okay, so what we would be doing Then we would have to rotate it in... Okay. Okay, so this is very complicated now. Okay, so we would have to... So when we're moving on the planet's surface, we need to rotate the sphere with us, if that makes sense. Because the sphere is the atmosphere, so if we're moving forward, we have to rotate it backwards. Which is fairly difficult. That sounds fairly difficult. That seems fairly difficult. Okay, let me look up the math to do that. How do I do that? So, rotate sphere. Okay, so rotation matrices, quaternions. Okay, so that's what I was worried about. Okay. Okay, so we can just put the sphere around. We can just keep the sphere in the middle. We can just apparently rotate the math itself. So this is completely fine. What I have here is completely fine. We don't actually have to move it. We just place it under the camera every frame. We of course don't take the player Z, we just take the X and the Y and keep it under it. Okay, so that should be fine. Okay. Okay, let's try and get this ready to draw it, because that's going to be the real test, if we can draw it. Now I'm kind of fairly confident that we have it correct. Okay, so how do I upload this other mesh? I have this mesh VAO and the VBO here. Yeah, so let's just do a whole different thing. I think, in my opinion, we can just do a separate VAO, VBO, and EBO, because we are gonna want to change that anyway in the future. So it just makes sense to do it like this, even if it's a bit more boilerplate right now. Incompatible types. Okay. Use of undeclared identifier. I did declare this, but I declared it inside of a scope, which is never where you want to declare something. You typically want them to be exterior to scope when you define things. So, a little bit of C tip for you there. If you ever want to define things, keep them outside of the scope. Yeah, this is how I do all of my funny little structs here. While we're here though, we just want to, I'm just gonna do a different struct for this vertex. I'm gonna call it atmosphere vertex. Random question, but what's the inspo for your profile picture mascot? Shalasat. Yeah, so I only realized about that later. Somebody just like brought that up to me on stream at some point. But there is no actual connection. I had no clue that that person existed until way after, you know, I used this profile picture. This profile picture has been on this YouTube channel for like many years now. It's actually from a game. It's from this game called Hypnagogia, which is, I believe, free on itch.io if you want to look at it yourself. But there is a secret level at the end where you get to chill out with these cool little snow people, and that's where the profile picture actually comes from. It's a really cool game. It's a game that was based on this artist's dream journal, right? He wrote all of his dreams down and ended up making it into like this trippy sort of experience. But yeah, I highly recommend that game. It's really, really cool. There's really nothing like it. But yeah, cool stuff for sure. But yeah, I had no clue about it, and it was pretty funny because I think he's like a programming guy too, and it looks exactly like him. Yeah. I'm not like the greatest fan of that song, but okay, so we don't need that. We do not need that. This is gonna be float times 6. Okay, and now we have our EBO and VBO. Times 6 times 10. What is the times 10 for? I can't really remember, to be honest, but I'm just gonna keep it like that. I don't really remember what the times 6 times 10 is. Technically, it should be atmosphere res times atmosphere res, but I guess probably this is how we do the sphere coordinates. I don't really remember. I'm just gonna leave it like that. Okay, so hopefully, don't we need to allocate those buffers themselves? Like, I feel like we probably do, right? Yeah, like where do I allocate these? Okay, this is not telling me where I allocate them. Oh wait, no, I'm clicking on the wrong thing. Sir? My bad. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, so I allocate them just in main here, which is not that great, but for now I'm just going to keep it the same thing, just because I want to. Okay, so to be honest, I have no clue how to draw this. Okay, now we can just draw it though. We have to just figure out how to draw it. So I think we want to draw it before our mesh, right? Before our shadow paths, before everything, right? Like we just do it where the sky is here, right? I think that's when you want to do sky. It's just always before it. So maybe we just, instead of this sky shader, we just make a new shader. I'm gonna call it atmosphere. It always confuses me. Yeah, my fingers are not doing things today. Okay. I need the boilerplate for it. Tricky. Why are we using 430? Because one of my graphics cards in this computer does not support 460, so that's why we're doing 430 today. Now, okay, so we obviously need this. And we need to grab this for in, and then we just have an out. Maybe we don't need it. Maybe we don't need anything for now other than, yeah, we probably, yeah, let's just give it vpause transformed so that we can just like do a gradient on it. That's what I'm gonna do. That is what I'm gonna do. Okay. So okay, so let's figure out how to do it. I think okay, we're just gonna transform it and then ask questions later. We're just gonna transform it and then ask questions later. Okay, so let's just make it a vec3. Okay, so I wanted to do a gradient based on okay, so I wanted to see if we could do a gradient based on position, but I mean that just seems like pretty hard to do, to be honest. Like I don't know what I'm doing, but let's just do just that, just to see something. I don't know. Okay, now all we have to do is make the shader and then oh right, we have this shader system here, which is very annoying. I almost forgot that I have to extern things like this, which is annoying, to say the least. Alrighty. So, of course we have to create the shader. Oh no, we don't. We don't create the shader here. We actually do it via via functions here. So let's just create a new function to init the shader, and then it should share similarities to our mesh shader, although we definitely are going to have less things within it. So this is going to be, we're just going to look at mesh shader and replace it with atmosphere shader. Okay. Now we don't care about any uniforms. We don't have any uniforms yet, so just comment out the rest and we'll look at them later. I think that should be it. We don't have any uniforms that are necessary. We're just drawing the thing. So now the last thing we need to do is actually just draw the thing. Is just bind the buffers and draw it. For these tests, I think I'm gonna get rid of the skybox and then instead just like draw over it. I need to actually call that function. I didn't actually hook it up to get called, and I almost forgot that. Nice. Okay. Alright, so we just bind VAO, VBO here. Oh, we also need to place it under the camera, which I totally forgot about that. I feel like I can just as long as we know the size. Yeah, we actually need to take in a uniform int radius. I'll put the U there, why not? A little bit of a camel case thing. So we need okay. So we have U radius there in our thing. So now we just need to GL uniform one it, and we need to do into atmosphere shader dot uniform dot uniforms 0 dot location, and we need to do what we calculated earlier. Here. That should be the radius. So for now, let's just like put it here for convenience. Oh, chunk radius is not a global define, which it should be. What did I say earlier about defining things? Okay. There we go. So we want just radius to be the thing. And we also want to get the GL element array buffer to be the EBO. I think so. I think I'm doing this correctly. And then I just draw I think I drew it with this. This is how I did the sphere last time when we were doing it. So I think I'm just gonna do this again. I think that this is the method for it. I count is not I count though. I count is the wrong thing. I count is, so we need our own v count and I count. So let's just get those. Okay, and now we need to refactor that into here. Alright, peace out, Luca. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Okay. So, indices and v count. Okay. Got it. Alright, I think that that's pretty much all we have to do. If I'm remembering this correctly. Okay, so we bind the VAO, VBO. Okay, I think we're down to send it at this point. We do have to, of course, place it underneath the camera position, which is what I forgot to do. So pause dot x equals cam pause dot x, pause dot y equals cam pause dot y, and then the pause dot z equals negative u radius. Friendship over with DirectX. Now OpenGL is my best friend. OpenGL was always my best friend, I guess, but I used DirectX because it was on, you know, Windows XP, right? So that was kind of like the period accurate API. Since when I was growing up, like, I remember the DirectX logo on like Splinter Cell and all those games. So that's why when I did Windows XP, I was like, oh, DirectX, right? But yeah, now that I'm back on my other hardware, OpenGL is kind of the way to go about things, especially since I don't have Windows on this. I don't know. I don't like Vulkan because it runs poorly on my bad hardware, so that's why it's OpenGL, I guess. But honestly, I don't really care about the graphics API at this point. I think I could use anything. It's, to be honest, they're all kind of the same thing. They're very, very similar. I mean, like, everybody likes to talk about how, like, oh, Vulkan is so much different than OpenGL. This is so much different. To be honest, not really that crazy different. I think Vulkan gives you a lot of space to do modern things easier, though. That's for sure. But there's upsides and downsides. 4.3, yeah. This computer only supports up to 4.4. It's a piece of shit. I think that this is fine, because you always want negative u radius too. Oh wait, no, but then no, you want to go minus equals u radius, yeah. So you want to yeah, I have no clue if this is correct. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to shift a sphere to the middle of a planet, and so that's what I'm trying to do right now. All right, let's give it a shot. We may just segfault too. I don't really know. We just wrote a lot of code, so I have no clue. Oh, wait a second. I'm not actually calling the function that makes the sphere. Am I? I didn't put it in the header. Make atmosphere sphere. It doesn't need a particle? And what is the face? Wait, are you telling me that I need to call this for each face? Oh, that is what you're telling me. Oh, god damn it. Okay, so then we do have to do call it with the face. Right now I'm working on I'm working on basically making an atmosphere around the planets. So I'm doing atmospheric scattering, but I'm doing the older version of it where the old version of it, where you actually use a sphere because this computer is bad and it can't do the modern version. What was the inspiration for this one? Outer Wilds? I never played Outer Wilds. I saw people play it, but I think honestly, like Oops was telling me I should make an end body sim, and then I made an end body sim, and then I was like, oh, but I want to walk around on the planets. So then I started actually doing the terrain, which is what you see in the thumbnail, is what the terrain kind of looks like right now. But so now it's sort of like a thing where you can just like generate planets and then walk around on them. Like you can see them collide with each other and stuff in space, and then you can walk around on them. The eventual goal is so that each planet has its own parameters and material makeup, and so they all look different and they feel different to walk around on. And I don't know what I want to do other than that. I think fishing might be cool. I'm trying to play a game with my fam and I can't because the API has too much traffic. Oh, you're talking about your Who Wants to Be a Millionaire game. Oh, damn. That sucks. Yeah, that's the problem. I'm telling you, you've got to make a database of these questions just in case. Have I ever used a game engine? When I was young, like when I was a kid, I had a notebook of my game ideas, like I'd like this notebook I would carry around with me, and I would draw things and I would draw menus and stuff. And I told my parents that I wanted to make a video game, when I was like 12 or 13, and they were like, we can get like Game Maker or whatever. But I didn't want Game Maker because it looked like bad. And then when I got a little bit older, I did use Unity, but I hated Unity. As soon as I got in it, like all of like the wonder of like how do I make a game just like went away, because Unity is just, you basically just drag and drop these models in, and then boom, there's your game. It's like using a game engine to me is just pretty lame. I prefer to make graphics with math, and programming is like way more fun in every way for me. Have I ever looked into No Man's Sky specifically the super formula? I have not. I generate all of mine based on the NVIDIA, all of the NVIDIA books on generating terrain. I think that it looks pretty good so far. It looks pretty convincing, actually. If you want to see what it looks like, it looks pretty convincing. But I mean, I haven't played No Man's Sky. But this is what it looks like right now. Have I read any C books? No. I have computer systems a programmer's perspective, CSAPP, that I've been slowly reading. I don't know if any books on C are really necessary. It's a very simple language. I think you'd probably benefit a lot more from books on algorithms architecture, more like, programming books rather than anything else. Like, there's not much to really know about C, but if you want to learn about programming, then it's a programming thing. But yeah, I feel like most of C you can learn by just like coding C. I don't know. But anyway, I want to make the atmosphere procedural instead of the skybox, so that's what I've been working on now. But yeah, I think that the terrain is definitely pretty convincing now. You can also do a bunch of stuff with it, like you can go here and then like just change all of the frequencies and stuff. Okay, well, I don't know why it just Okay, well, I did refactor a few things and now we're getting assertion fails when I tried to replace some things, so I have to fix that. But yeah, the goal, that menu on the left, you can play with the params until they break, because I haven't finished refactoring it. So yeah, I've got to figure out why that happened. But yeah, that assertion child doesn't equal -1 is the chunking system telling me that something went awry when it tried to rebuild all of the chunks. I think setting everything to free is probably bad. Do I render the menu the same way I render? No, I have a UI kind of, if you want to see my UI library, it's completely was a part of the game engine. It's a single file pretty much, just called UI.c, which is like about 10,000 lines. And so this is that UI system, but now I don't know, like using it, it's a lot easier to just use Nuclear, to be honest. So I use Nuclear for the UI menu inside of the simulation, usually inside of my projects, especially if it's not something that I'm gonna ship or whatever, that just use Nuclear or IMGUI or whatever, or if you're on Windows Win32 or whatever. Doing your own UI system is it's actually like way more complicated than really anything else that I can think of. So it's so difficult, in my opinion. It was the hardest part about my game engine by far, was the UI system. Like, it's not even close. Very difficult. I mean, it's very easy to make like just a regular UI system, but if you want a UI system where you can animate things, animate buttons to move, or you want rounded corners that aren't SDFs, if you want rounded corners like triangulated mesh elements like what I was doing, it's like, seriously, it's like weeks of your life, it's no joke. Okay, so now I just need to call the function, I think, and mesh it once, and then I've got to clean some of this up, man. Is it init chunk data or what? Oh no, it's probably inside of init, isn't it? Do I just call it here? No. Okay, so I fill it with then I calc it. Was it compute noise sphere? Oh, mesh planet. That's where I did it. Okay, so I think we just want to set these to 0. I mean they should be 0 already, but so we want to mesh atmosphere sphere, and we need to upload it is the tricky thing. I mean, the old upload, I guess we just got rid of it. Yeah, so this is the old upload. And so we could just do one right under it. Place mesh with atmosphere. And obviously this needs to be atmosphere v count. And this is a different type. Okay. Theoretically, that should be all finished. I have no clue if we're going to actually draw it, but might as well give it a shot. But yeah, I highly recommend if you want a book on programming. I really like CSAPP. If you're into like doing systems level stuff, for example, like with graphics programming, like with what I do, a lot of it is fairly low level, right, in terms of how I make things efficient. So I've been getting a lot out of CSAPP, right, understanding how things work under the hood. Invalid size unsorted. That's unfortunate. I wonder if this is 0 or something. I probably forgot to write something somewhere. Oh yeah, this macro is wrong. That macro was incorrect, sir. I code in TypeScript, Angular web libraries, and Java Spring mainly. Some trinkets up in AWS stuff. I'm learning C++. C++ Primer. Yeah, that's a great book. That's a great book. I haven't read any books on C++, but I know that that's a good one. The book thing is that it's so expensive, and everybody says just like read a PDF, but I can't read PDFs. It like, I don't know. It fucks with my eyes to like read something on a screen. I kind of need a copy itself. But yeah, this is, I don't know if that's in use, but okay, maybe that should fix it, but I don't think it would, because this is only the locations. It's not actually. Yeah, that would. Oh, but the O is wrong. But O would always be 0, so we probably were never going out of range. What we're getting there is a Oh, I see what's happening. I see what's happening. This is a wrong type. There we go. I feel like having a book here physically Reminds me of way more. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. For me, I just get distracted, especially like if it's on my computer. Like I just get super distracted. I don't like have social media or whatever. Like it's not that sort of distraction, but it's really hard for me to. I like the feel of the pages. I like just like when I read it. I don't like read it at my desk. Like I go outside or I read it from bed or whatever, where there's like no distractions for me. Because otherwise I'll just like start working or thinking about things or whatever. But yeah. No clue what this is gonna look like. Yeah. I definitely love to get like some of Newth's books as well. For let's GDB it. For math. I think I really want a few math books because I don't know. I always sucked at calculus and stuff, but it's like I use all of it all the time. Okay, well that's not gonna tell me much other than Memeline is kind of like unfortunate. It's telling me that it's from Maine, which is actually good to know. This is the wrong size. That would be why. That would be why. Yeah, we upload it the correct way, or we do this the correct way. Let's just make sure that we upload it. We upload it by vertex count, so that should be fine. To be honest, it might be something else there. I don't think that would probably trip it. It'd probably tell us that it was a seg fault from when we were iterating it, not here. Also, that times 6 is suspicious because we obviously have it during init. We do times 10. So for now, I'm just going to do it times 10 because just so that it matches. Also, did I set this correctly? No, I didn't set this correctly. I always end up doing this when I refactor things, is that it's just like always forget these tiny little things. I know I'm missing something else. I like 100%. This isn't just it. What I'm missing. It wouldn't crash like that from just that. It would say that we went out of bounds. I'm pretty sure. Okay, never mind. Holy shit. The amount of lag is quite insane. Okay. The amount of lag is absurd, to be quite frank with you. Okay. I don't really know why it's so bad. Maybe it's just going out of bounds in the shader. Like with this equals v pause. Let's actually pass v normal instead, because we have a normal here. That is something that we have. we do have that. So let's just do that bit v normal instead. We are drawing it, and it is in the sky though, and it is in the sky. So that that does mean that it is working, I think. So what I'm gonna do next is I'm just going to fly away from it and then see what it's like from the outside. Oh wait, no, we can't because it's based on camera position. Oh, we should probably like unlock it from camera position just so that we can see what it's, if it's a sphere from the outside. Okay, I have a feeling like this is incorrect. Okay, let's try something. Let us unlock it from camera position, and then let's just like try to fly away from it to see if it's a sphere. The fact that it's so laggy is... Oh, jeez. Okay, well that's really bad. That's insane. If I had to guess, it's something here, so let's just print out how much these are. I need to see what those values are. Yo, what's up, Devil Gaming? I have a feeling like we have like an insane amount of things, insane amount of vertices, way more than we actually need. Way more. Can I do the simulation? Yeah, I'm sorry. It's like, it's kind of, I'm in the middle of fixing a bug with it right now. Sure, I can, try and, show you what it looks like here. Let's see if this shows something that, that is fine. I'm in the middle of fixing a bug with this new buffer that I'm working on. Yeah, you know what it might be actually? Yeah, this is what it looks like right now. The skybox is gone, so I'm sorry. I accidentally made the skybox go away. We are kind of trying to fix stuff with it though, and so I can't really play around with this, or else things are gonna break, I think. Like if I go do this, yeah, so things immediately break, unfortunately. The reason why they break is because they get put on the 0 list, so I can't really play around with it, unfortunately. Because it just breaks things, unfortunately. Yeah. Assertion fails. Yeah. So I gotta fix that, but so yeah. Okay, so I have to actually recompile here because I need to see what the I count is. Or actually, that's not gonna tell us anything because I don't know what they're supposed to be. Also, I'm kind of worried that this padding is unnecessary and it's causing us extra pain. So let's try and compile without the padding. The padding might be throwing it off. Very common for padding issues on the GPU. Very common. Okay. So no more lag anymore. Okay, well that's good. I think that I had it rendering, so yeah, I had it rendering. Right? 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 I did, right? Yeah, I did. Okay, good. So now let's try coloring it again. Oh. It was being colored. Okay. Instead of coloring by normal, let's try 0.5, 0.1, 0.8. Oh, wait a second. I'm not binding the shader. Oh. It's always something small and stupid like that. It's always something stupid like that. That's probably what the bug was. It was going to the skybox shader. Probably. Alright, there we go. Okay, it's like insanely massive. Like, holy shit, that's a massive sphere. Oh, and now we... Oh. Okay, maybe it's not. Okay, the perspective is so weird with it. The perspective is so weird. Okay. Okay, we got it. We got it, though. We got the sphere. So now let's try this again, and let's try coloring it by the normal. And there we go. So a couple of issues were happening. We had unnecessary padding inside of our vertices. GPUs are fucking strange when it comes to that. We were not binding the shader, so that's the second thing. Okay. I mean, this looks pretty good. I mean, that looks pretty good. I mean, like, come on. I think so. I mean, I don't know what it's supposed to look like. I'm just kind of winging this based on what I read, but I think that this is fine. I don't know how big it's supposed to be. Also don't know why the collision isn't working there. Why is the collision off? Okay, I have no clue about that. Where are we at right now? Oh, we're at 2000. Oh. Yeah, we're just very far out. The collision stops working very far out. It has something to do with the noise function. There's actually not much I can do about it. It actually has nothing to do with the noise texture, but the FBM itself. It's kind of interesting why it happens. It's just floating point imprecision with how the GPU calculates things versus my CPU interpretation. It's really no way to make them line up perfectly. Okay, so this is actually 0.1 above it for the outer radius. So I have no clue if that's the correct, but you know, maybe that this is possible. Maybe this is possible. I don't know. Okay. Okay, so apparently I was right with my value. Apparently, I don't really know though. Okay, so now we can actually do the math, I think. We can actually do the math now. So Raleigh. That's kind of like a southern name, right? Scattering is caused by small molecules, right? Scatters light more heavily at shorter wavelengths. The sky is blue because the blue light bounces all over the place. The sun's light turns yellow at sunset because as light travels far, almost all the blue scatter away before it reaches you. My scattering is caused by larger particles called aerosols. And it tends to scatter all wavelengths of light equally. Water and ice in the air. Got it. 100%. The phase function describes how much light is scattered toward the direction of the camera based on the angle. Rayleigh scattering can be approximated by setting g to 0, which greatly simplifies the equation and makes it symmetrical for positive and negative angles. For me, aerosol scattering, g is set between negative 7.75 and negative 9. Never set g to 1 or negative 1. Got it. How much light is scattered toward the direction of the camera based on the angle? Got it. The outscattering equation is the inner integral mentioned earlier. Optical depth. Optical length or optical thickness, think of it as a weighting factor based on how many particles are in the path of the light along the ray. To compute the value, the ray from PA to PB will be broken up into segments and the exponential term will be evaluated at each sample point. Four pi k lambda. So I heard about this KR thing, all these K or FK things. These are constants that we need to pre-compute and put in as uniforms. And then FKME sun. It's just that variable times E sun, which is the light of the sun, the amount of the sun's power. And then this is literally times 4 pi, so that's nothing. And then this F scale is 1 over outer radius minus the inner radius. So I think the inner radius is the radius of our planet. And then this is, yeah. Right, so we need two different calculations, right? We already have those calculations. We just added the radius times 0.1 to get the outer. So right now what we have inside is the inner radius. So we just need to put the outer in and then put them to the power of 2. And then this is the camera's current height, so we have that in UBOs. And then this is the 1 over pow wavelength to the power of 4 for RGB. What is wavelength? What is wavelength? That's what I'm wondering about. The constant is the wavelength or color of light, and K is the scattering constant. If their own scattering constants depend on wavelength, usually divided by 4. Okay, so let's take a look at what that wavelength is. Okay, so it's a constant. Okay, so it's a constant for the color. Okay, so you can just hard code in a few values. Okay, so it looks like there are just certain values that give Earth-like atmospheres. Got it. So this get near intersection isn't inside of the code. I think that this has it actually. Ray sphere intersection. I think that might be it. Calculate the closest intersection of the ray. I don't know how to do that, to be honest, but the tricky thing is that it brings in these two constants, so I don't know why it would use these. Like, why is it not just... I mean, I get that you're starting out here, and then you intersect here, but why not just calculate the ray intersection between two lines? Like, I don't understand. What is that? That's a good question. What the fuck is that? What even is that? What is that? What is that? What? The fuck are you talking about, bro? What is that? Okay. I feel like we don't need to do all of this, to be honest, but most of this we could do very similar to what they're doing. They have two different phase equations, which we're gonna have to implement. This takes in C0, C1 direction. What, like, also, why would you do this? Why this? Like, why not just, like, that's so weird. Why would you do that way? Light direction? And a uniform for G and G2. Okay, so what are G and G2? What are G and G2? Is it this? Yeah, it's this. So they're constants. Okay. F scale over scale depth. 1 over, okay. So the first, okay, so we're gonna need a lot of uniforms here, so we need to just, okay, we need to make a list. We need to make a list and check it twice. We need to, that's what we need to do. Okay. Okay, so we need camera height squared. We need inner radius squared, outer radius squared. We need inverse wavelength, and based on my Google here, it is scaled okay. Those are some test positions, or test, not positions, but thingies, colors. So we need light dir, which we have in an SSBO actually, so it's not really a uniform. So we can just get that out of the SSBO. So I'm just going to take that off of the uniform list. We need f-scale. F-scale is 1 over outer radius minus inner radius. And then f-scale over depth. Over f-scale depth. Okay, so I don't know what f-scale depth is. And then we need other uniforms. We need the constants for G and G2. Okay, so those are all of our things, by the way. So okay, so we're gonna rename this to inner radius, and then our outer radius that we calculated is just inner radius plus outer radius plus inner radius times 0.1. Maybe it's a little bit large, but that's fine. So really we need to put all of these into the initialization for our shader and just go down the list and make uniform locations for these things. We're just gonna do them in order for simplicity. So we'll have camera. Oh, camera height doesn't need to be uniform. Let's do camera height. Camera height 2. So we don't need camera height because that's within the shader. That's in the UBO. So now it's okay, so now we have inner radius, inner radius 2. Now we need outer. Outer and okay, so now we need inv wavelength. Okay, I have no clue what I'm doing here. I'm just trying to copy the formula and then we'll see what happens. I don't know how to implement the ray intersection stuff, so that's gonna be interesting. You too. Sunday, bloody Sunday. You know, I really like you too. Sorry for breaking it to you. I'm actually a fan of you too. I don't listen to them very often at all. I think you two are kind of good. But maybe I'm alone on that, I don't know. Okay, that should be all of the uniforms. We need to also put G and G2, I think, inside of here. Okay. Okay, so now we have all of the uniforms. I think the next step should be to put them into the thing. So let's just go side by side with our shader stuff and go in the same order. Okay, let's go side by side. So no, this is you camera height. We need to go cam.cam data.cam pause. Okay, I don't actually have the POW thing, so I'm just going to make it here. Oh wait, no, it's just camera height. What am I doing? I don't know why I was so confused there. Okay. Oh god. Oh man, that sucks. No. You know, it's one of the worst feelings of the world when your sock turns around. That's like the worst, one of the worst things ever. At least for me, speaking just personally here. Okay. Okay. So now this inverse wavelength is going to be what I did down here. We're just going to do, so this is Vec 3. is going to be 5.5f, 13.0f, 22.4f. The F scale has to be a float, right? Yeah. Oh, also we didn't do these. Wait, I literally just skipped over these. I literally just totally pretended that didn't exist. Okay, well. Okay, well that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Okay, well now we're not finished. Now we have to do multiple things here. So we have a few more here. So like I'm just gonna copy their naming convention because it's that's a curse. It looks just so cursed to me. Isn't it FKM? Oh shit, I did this in the wrong place. Wait, okay, we copied this in a fucked up way, and I'm just gonna be honest here, we're just gonna recopy it down and then just redo it because I just got really confused by looking at that. What? No, I okay. Having to redo this kind of like threw off my whole rhythm. So all of my rhythm is gone, all of my momentum. Okay. So now the other ones are 4 pi. Am I the only one that does that? This should be lowercase, I think. Am I the only one that does that? Instead of typing I, like capital I, I'll do 1 for whatever reason. I don't know why that is, but it's like my brain thinks of the shape of an I and then goes to 1 instead. It's so bizarre to me, but yeah. Okay. The annoying thing is that we have to go into here now, and we have to get we have to do these. I'm really worried that I'm doing these incorrectly, but that's fine. That's fine. So we have the inverse wavelength. Now we're up to UF scale. Okay, I have no clue what that is, to be honest. If I can be 100% honest with you, I just feel like I have no clue what the fuck that is. But we have to figure that out, so. That's the Vec 3. That should be the only Vec 3. Yeah, let's just do these in order so that we can. I'm just trying to be really organized, because that's what people get mad at me always, for not being organized. Trying to put my ducks in a row, you know? Okay, so this is just F scale. I have no clue what F scale is supposed to be. So we have to figure that out in a second, but for now I'm just gonna put this here. And then we have F scale over depth, which I'm also just gonna put at 0. And surely not forget about that later. G is another constant. I have to look up good values for these constants, I think. All right. Oof. Okay, and now these. Okay, those are all the uniforms. Now we just need to know what values these go to. So F scale is 1 over. Okay, so let's just do this. So I have no clue what F scale depth is supposed to be. They don't really make that clear. So I have no clue what F scale depth is supposed to be. Okay, so this is exactly what I just saw. Okay. Negative 0.95. I feel like that isn't what I saw. But I have to go through it, because I know that they give some good values here, but they don't really. G is usually set negative 0.5 to 0. Yeah. Okay. I just want to set it to good values so that I know if it has a bug, you know? It's kind of like what we need to do. My implementation uses 0.25. Okay, so that's F scale depth. It doesn't say it explicitly here. The optical depth. Okay, so this is 0.25. Okay, so that's F scale depth. Okay. Alright, so let's just do it then. And then it said, it says anywhere between 0.75 and 0.999. So I'm just going to put 0.88 since that's right in the middle. Okay. And now the FKRE sum is what I was trying to see about. It's very small numbers apparently. See, this is the part that I was confused on, is that they don't actually give you values to... They don't really give you values to do the FKR stuff with. That's what I was confused with earlier. I couldn't find it in here. So I just looked it up, and apparently it's supposed to be 0.0025 and 0.001. Oh, and G is apparently supposed to be negative, but I don't really know. Okay. And I have no clue what the E sun is supposed to be. It says 10. So this is just FKR times E sun. Okay. Those are the things. Those are all of the uniforms. I mean, like, I feel like I'm doing something horribly wrong here, but apparently this is all correct. Okay. We're just not going to think about it too much, because the more we think about it, the more it's going to get confusing. Okay, so the tricky part is, the only part of this that we can't just like copy directly is the get near intersection thing, which is calculating the closest intersection. I just look up how to do this real quick. Calculate the determinant. It's in 3D though. It's in 3D. There's a Medium article on it. No, I don't want to subscribe to your fucking shit website. No, no. In 3D space, it's very, yeah, it's very unlikely that they... We need closest intersection. Okay, this looks very complicated. So I think we need the closest position that they get. Solve the linear system. And unit direction vector is D1, D2. So we have the two rays. The rays should be I'm so confused because aren't we on the ground? Oh, but we're looking up here. We do a second lookup for the same ray, but starting at the camera instead of starting at P. This is super confusing. We do a lookup from sample point P to get to the camera to get the optical depth of the ray passing through the camera to get the top of the top of the atmosphere. Then we do a second lookup from the same ray, but starting at the camera instead of starting at P. I'm so fucking confused. Holy fucking shit. What? Okay. Okay. Okay, that makes like slightly more sense. Okay, but I don't think I need this. I don't think I need this. What is F near used for? It's V3 ray gets multiplied by F near. This is like incredibly confusing. Actually, I don't understand why they do this. Because camera position is not array. If the camera is inside the atmosphere on the ground, the F near is 0. Near is the distance to the top of the atmosphere. If it's in space, and F far is the distance from the camera to the exit point of the atmosphere. Okay, so we need to solve the quadratic equation for a ray intersecting a sphere, apparently. Then I don't understand why they call this. Oh, the closest intersection of the ray with the current atmosphere, with the outer atmosphere. Okay. So it takes outer radius squared and the camera height squared. I don't really know why it needs camera height if we have the camera position there. Like, why are we squaring that? Oh, apparently that's a... Okay, just to make the quadratic equation faster. Okay, got it. Okay. Ray with sphere. I need to calculate the closest intersection of a ray with a sphere. It's a quadratic equation. Why is this code example in Lua? Lua? Really? Oh, okay. Ray sphere intersection. Okay. So we need a ray origin, a ray direction, the sphere center, and the radius r. And we need a vector from the sphere center to the ray origin. And then we formulate the quadratic equation. Ray direction has to be normalized. Okay, and how they calculate the ray is from the position of the fragment to the camera position. Okay. So this position is our fragment position. So in this case, it would be We don't want to call this ray. We want to call it frag ray to cam, and that's going to equal the pause minus cam pause, and we want to get the okay. So back in their day, they didn't have normalize, so we can just normalize this. Oh wait, no. Don't we need FR for something? Oh, we do need FR for something. Okay, never mind. I'm completely wrong. I was being stupid. They do have normalize. I'm just being stupid. Just we're just gonna call. Okay, so that normalizes it, and then we need F near is the intersection. We're not gonna make a function that does this. We're gonna just do it in line here, just to be sorry, my windows got messed up. Okay, so apparently we need the ray origin, which is pause, and the ray direction is normalized as D, the sphere center C, and the radius R, and the vector from sphere center to ray origin. I feel like they don't even have that in their implementation though. I feel like they don't even have that in their implementation. You need to get the dot of the ray direction. That makes a lot of sense. So that's what you want. So you want the dot. I'm so confused because I'm seeing multiple different implementations of this and they're all different. They're different. They're different things. They're all different. Every single one is different. One of them is saying that I need to dot the. Oh no, they're saying the same thing. So it says that sphere center to ray origin. Is that really true? How is it, dustmite? What's up, undercover? I'm working on some. I'm trying to figure out how to calculate the intersection of a ray with a sphere, which is proving to not go too well, to be honest. It says that I can do 2 times cam pause, dot cam pause with the sphere ray to cam. Apparently this gives us B. And then we have C, which is the dot of the cam pause with itself minus the outer radius squared. I don't understand what's the point of dotting cam pause with itself, but this is U outer radius 2. This is so confusing. I'm just straight up just gonna copy the formula, and then what happens will happen. I'm just going to straight up copy the formula at this point because I have no clue what to do and how to implement it myself. That probably that's probably not a thing because it's a vertex shader, so wait, but how do I solve it at the end? Negative B minus the square root of delta. Negative B minus the square of delta. What is A? Just that? So this is apparently T0, and then you also have T1, which is plus. And then the P equals 0 or O, which is the origin plus the closest times D. And D is the direction. So then F near is equal to oh, but that's a vector. What? Oh, F near is whichever one is closest. Okay. It says just to do this one. It says just to do this one. So that's what we're gonna do. And to set it to max 0, 0. So for now we'll just do that. And then from where am I reading that? My other monitor, or my other computer. I'm reading it straight off of the Google AI overview because I can't find any fucking good thing for it, to be honest, that aren't just like overcomplicated nonsense. Oh wait, no, this I could have used this, but it's also pretty much the exact same thing that we have now. D equals the square root S center minus. What is TC? TC equals dot L with a direction? Yeah, So that's this. It doesn't do 2 times it though. I don't know why it doesn't do 2 times the dot. And then D2 is the equivalent of RC. And then the radius is, if D2 was greater than the radius squared, then it returns false, and then it's the square root of radius minus D2. I'm just going with this one. I'm just going with this formula because that's the other, you know, there's multiple different ways of going about it apparently, and that's why I'm confused, but like I'm just going with this formula, and that's we're putting it to bed right now. Now, if it proves to be bad in the future, then we'll take a look at it again, but I have to move on. I've been like trying to figure this out for way too long at this point. Hey Max. What's up? So now the start is now is the camera position plus the ray times the near. I have no clue how the math works on this stuff, to be honest. This is very confusing. And then it does f far minus f near. Okay. You watched a TV series? That's cool. What is scale? What was the watch that you were doing? What was the watch? Okay, I'm not gonna lie, we're just gonna straight up copy it. Because we're doing the exact same thing, so there's really no reason to not. We're just gonna call it different things. Inverse scale depth. Inverse scale depth. Negative f inverse scale depth. We don't have that. We need another uniform, unfortunately. We need that. From what I'm assuming, it's just 1 over the inverse scale depth. It's probably just that, but that's kind of a pain in the ass for us to do, but yeah, because we have to move everything up now. Okay, we have to move everything up because I want them in order. I have a feeling that we're gonna get to the end of this and then it's not going to work at this point. This is pretty complicated. Not gonna lie. If I get one thing wrong, then nothing is going to show up on the screen. So, okay. 1 over f scale depth. That should be f negative f inverse scale depth. That should be it. Okay, so now we have the start angle in there times the start depth. Start is not cam pause. Start is start is start, and then okay, got it. Okay, moving forward, we're through that situation, and now we need to get the amount of samples that we're going to be doing in the ray march. So that's what this is. F samples, we have to have a constant for that. I don't know how many samples they do, but I'm just gonna do constant samples 10. Just 10 samples for now. Okay. This is going, yeah, so sample length. And then they scale it by a scale value. I have no clue what I should. Oh, they do. They do. Oh, so we already have this actually. So this is UF scale. Okay, got it. Just a metal because my code, dude. It's not. I'm basically copying this to some degree. Like, not to some degree, I'm straight up copying their implementation here. I mean, I don't really understand the math. I hope to, at some point, understand the math, but I have to start somewhere to learn it. So that's what we're doing. Okay, so that's the ray that we're going to be ray marching. And this is the start. And then this is the sample point. So this is the first point along the ray that we're going to be ray marching. And then that is the sample ray that we'll be adding every time. Okay. So that's that. And now we need a front color. So this is us accumulating color. Okay, so now we need to loop over the samples. Fuck. I don't understand the difference between N samples and F samples. That is confusing. That is very confusing. Did they say anything about how many samples they use? No, they don't. They don't. Shouldn't F samples be the same as N samples? I don't understand. Yeah, that part they don't really touch on, why N samples is different than F samples. You're getting... It has to be the same. Because you divide it by it to find the length, I mean. I'm just going to treat them as the same. What am I trying to do? I'm making an atmosphere. I'm doing atmospheric scattering. That doesn't make sense. Why they would have two different things here. This is getting how many samples it's going to take to reach the far plane. And so why would we be iterating over a different variable? Doesn't make sense. What is this math about? It's atmospheric scattering. It's Riley and me atmospheric scattering. Yeah, the ray march doesn't make any goddamn sense. But whatever, we'll just continue on. So we need the heights. And they get that as the length of the sample point at each point. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I have no clue why that would be the height necessarily, but we're just going to trust the process here. I get the depth, which is F scale over depth times the part that I don't understand is coming up, which is this. That part I have no fucking clue on. This is UF scale over depth times U inner radius time minus the height. I mean, I'm never going to understand what this is really doing until we finish it and then can play around with it. That's correct. Okay. So the light angle is the dot of the dir with the point divided by the height. Yeah. So we need two with the light dir. The light dir we actually forgot to even take in. That's actually an SSBO. So I have to take in this SSBO for... Oh, I got rid of it. Okay, so let's just hard code the let's just hard code the light dir. Okay, let's just hard code it. So we're just gonna dot this apparently with the light dir, the sample point, and then divide it by height. And then the camera angle you get with the ray instead. What did we call this again? We called this sphere ray to cam. Okay, now we need to get the scatter. So this is the part that's confusing. Also, what is the f start offset? Oh, that's what we get over there. What is this symbol is what I'm trying to figure out. I need to look up what yeah, I have no clue what that is. Okay, so what the fuck is that? Okay. This is crazy. Okay, so it takes in the cosine of the angle, or the angle, and then yeah, I mean, I have no clue. That's fucking so complicated. Holy shit, what the fuck? Apparently okay, so that's a different function that we have to implement. Yeah, this just totally skips over so much. Like, it doesn't really talk about what the scale is doing. Am I trying to implement atmospheric reflections? It's a procedural atmosphere, so basically, you know, a sky using math. I'm just having to do it the hard way because I'm not doing it just in a fragment shader, doing it on a quad. I'm literally drawing a planet over our own planet to do the math with. This part is fucked. This part is fucked. Apparently it's during the scatter equation that we can look at. But it doesn't, it just skips over the fact that what that is. It just skips over what the fuck scale is doing. So I don't know, I looked up what this might be doing. I asked fucking Gemini and it just gave me like a fucking crazy bunch of magic numbers, and it said this is a curve fit approximation. It calculates how thick the atmosphere feels. What the fuck is that? So now I'm just supposed to copy this code? I don't know at this point. I'm just going to do it, but you know, whatever. I feel like I have to. It is just like literally magic numbers, this. So I don't know, it kind of just probably pulled it out of its fucking ass, but There is no other thing that I can find about this, so I'm just going to take it at face value. Yeah, if you're about to see this fucking cursed. Like, what is that? What the fuck is that? What are we fucking doing here? Like, this isn't even close to done, by the way. We got a few more numbers here. Like, what is that? What the fuck is that? Oh yeah, this makes sense. This sort of makes sense. The fuck is that? Oh, also I don't have F-scale depth as a uniform, by the way. I only have F-scale. I don't want to take in another uniform. I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. Okay, but to be fast, we should do that. So that's what we're gonna do. You could have gave me that answer? Aw, dude, yeah, why didn't you speak up? It's probably a number based off a reflective index. I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. But what pisses me off, right, is the fact that nothing explains that. It just has a random function here in the example code. So, like, there's no explanation of that. But I mean, like, yeah, sure, it makes sense to have like shit in random constants. Can I link the article? It's on my other computer, but it's in the Discord. This is the paper on it, so this is what everybody goes off of. But yeah. It's also not based on reflections. It has nothing to do with reflections. It has to do with the math of how particles scatter through the atmosphere. But okay. So now we need to have another thing. I'm just gonna put it here. Refractive index. Oh, I see. Yeah. So yeah, this needs to be just F-scale depth. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I just feel like it's kind of, I don't know, shitty that I have to use AI to get a fucking answer. I just don't like when I have to fucking do that. It pisses me off. I would rather just like read this thing on it and then like try and understand it, but you know, it's kind of annoying. I did call it start offset. This is times the dot of, I'm pretty sure that that's what this is. This is dotting. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I've never seen that symbol before. I don't really think it is dotting. I don't really think it is dotting. Let me look up what the symbol is itself. I just want to like copy and paste this. Okay, it says partial derivative. Okay, What? Seriously? I've never seen that, that simple. Which is F. I don't think that it's dot, though. Okay, I see. Optical depth. Okay, so that's the exp negative 4x that he was talking about. Okay. They're using that as a partial derivative symbol. Yeah, that's what I was confused about. That it's like, it's definitely not dot, but like, I don't understand. Like, am I supposed to go like the function for that is df dx or df dy, but that's not. Maybe I have to just like actually look at the formula itself and then just like do that. Yeah, I guess I'm too stupid to figure out how to do this. Like, what? There's like 3 different equations, and I'm not sure, like... Hmm. It represents optical depth. Yeah, but I already put in optical depth into the scaling thing. Like, that's what this is. Or maybe, no, it's not. It's not. The optical depth is... Now, maybe that is this. Maybe I could just add these. Or something. Maybe that's just denoting what I'm already doing in the scale thing. I think that because this is what it's talking about, the optical depth. So maybe I could just add them and I don't have to worry about it. Alright, yeah. I mean, let's just like keep moving forward with it and then we'll see if that's a problem later. At the end of the day, the problem is that we have to do these functions anyway, so I have to like figure out how to write them, the phase functions anyway, later, so. Okay, so this is the... This is this. This is this. Have you seen that symbol before? Yeah, I mean, I looked it up and I mean, like, it's like, I don't know. It's annoying. Some of these GPU gems articles are good, and then some of them are just like, oh yeah, totally, like, I don't know, just like, just do the thing, or whatever. It's just like, I have no clue how I'm gonna do this when I get down to do the phase functions. I have no clue how I'm gonna do it. I think I'm just gonna like fake my way through it. I think I have a textbook that's about writing math in the most optimized way possible. I think that this is pretty optimized. I think I called it pi and not 4 pi. I did call it 4 pi. Okay, that's the attenuation, and then we add the color to the attenuation times depth times scaled length. Okay. I'm completely following along here. Okay. Alright, peace out, Max. Have a nice night. Okay, so the out C1 RGB, so this is where we have two out vec3 C0, out vec3 C1. Okay, so C0 is the color times that, okay. All right, that's just what they say. That's just what they fucking say. I mean, and then the T0 is the camera pause minus the pause, which is this. So so that's just the ray, and then that's it. So oh, it's also cam pause that XYZ. Can't forget that. I think it's just pause, yeah. It's in Greek. I see. I'm so fucking lost. Okay. I'm so fucking lost. Okay. I mean, I wrote the code. Now we have to do the phases. The phases in here. So we get in these. And we have our uniforms for the G and the G2. So we're taking in the V3 direction, which, mind you, they didn't have that at all, by the way. They did not have that at all. So that's a classic. Just like don't include it at all in the code. Like, you know what? Maybe there's. Do they have the sample code actually inside of the thing or not? It's a zip? Like, bro. I defined the scale function, but you don't see. Yeah, I told you. I had to ask fucking Gemini for the scale function. That's how I got that. That's why I was pissed. It's because it's not in the fucking thing. But yeah, I've genuinely no clue what the scale function is, so that's why I was pissed. Yeah, that's why I'm pissed, because they just don't have shit in this fucking article, and their code also isn't correct. This V3 direction, they don't actually like put it out, so it's just like shit. It's just shit, to be honest. I don't know. Fucking annoys me. Now, but we do have to figure out what that V3 direction is. I think it might be this T0. Yeah, that's probably what it is. They just name it differently here, which is like whatever. Okay. So Now we're getting the cosine again. The light direction, so we need the light direction. Just hard coding it for now. Dot divided by the length of this. Okay, so just normalize it and then okay. And now we just have to do the phase functions. This shader should be fairly self-explanatory. Fuck you. It's like, fuck you, I'm pissed. Okay, so let's figure out how to do this. So, we need to take in f cosine 2 times theta, but I think that that's already f cosine, so it's 1 plus f cosine. Okay, so let's just write it out, I guess. So this is going to take in the f cosine 2. I'm not sure what else it needs. Let me check. It needs G and G2, which we have. So it really doesn't need any of that. So, okay, so we're gonna get the first fraction. So that's gonna be 3 times 1 minus UG2. And then we just divide it by 2 times 2 plus UG2. Also, side note here, we should stop using fucking x's to denote multiplication. We should stop fucking doing that and only use x's when it's a cross multiplication. That is something that I want to make clear to everybody watching this, is that the fact that we use this to denote multiplications is really fucking stupid, and it pisses me off every time I see it. Sorry, I'm kind of in a bad mood because of this. Like, is just written in a very unintuitive bad way. I would agree. It was pretty bad form to use it when I was in school. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I think it's just like older things do it that way, but it's just kind of unexcusable. Like, vectors have been around for, and matrices have been around for like so long, you know. So this is just f cosine. And then this is to the power of 3 over 2, which is like strange, but I'm just gonna wrap it again. I don't. Co-op, and I went with a tweaking this random mod. That's cool. That is sick. Super Mario 64 co-op. That must be a new thing, right? Fairly new. Okay, so that, oh sorry, I hit the mic. That should probably be it. Now, I have no clue why we have different ones for Raleigh versus me. I don't understand. They don't touch on it at all. They just say, "Oh yeah, they're different," and then they don't really touch on it here. And then they use two different functions. So yeah. Okay, the Raleigh phase is 1.0 plus f cosine, and the me phase is the entire function that I just wrote. Yeah. So I think that you just this is the actual the me phase, and then the Raleigh phase is actually apparently just super simple. It's apparently just the top of the second fraction. It's apparently just that. First non-engine related thing, it ended up with just hours of spotting things. Oh, that's sick. It's a native Windows build. That's really fun. That is really cool. Yeah, they've been doing a lot of things with the GameCube. Have been the Nintendo 64 lately, I guess, with like engines and stuff. So that's what this, hey, this is what it says. So we're just gonna set color equals to that should technically be it. Color.a equals color.b. Trying to convince them to at least learn Lua. I see. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know much about Lua, to be honest, but that's cool. It's cool to teach someone how to program. I'm hoping to teach my sister how to program at some point. I mean, do we just run this, like, at this point? Am I supposed to add here? Like, I have no fucking clue. I'm sure that we get like an insane amount of shader compilation issues. That's cool. Yeah, I think a lot of people would probably enjoy programming. I kind of hate the reputation that programming has, to be honest. It's kind of lame. The hardest part about programming is not even the programming sometimes. Expected int constant 19. Okay, that's what? I'm very confused. I'm very confused. Time to double check my... No, those look fine. Huh. That's a very strange shader compilation error. Let's see 48. Oh. Might be off by a scale factor of 3 or 4. Why? I have it powered here. Oh shit. Is it? Maybe I read it wrong. Oh, no, I put it to the power of 3 over 2. Oh, you're talking about this? Oh, you're talking about this. Oh, maybe this is the... Maybe these are two different phases. Though I don't typically use... Yeah, I see, yeah. Yeah, it's really hard for me to read Lua whenever I have it. So how is my scale off for the phase? I just went back based on this. Okay, let me look it up again. Oh, okay, so I did miss the 3/4. You're completely correct. You are completely correct. You are completely correct. Okay, I could have just wrote 7.5, not gonna lie, but it's cool for the function, you know. Okay, so there we go. The left side simplifies to 3/4 if g equals 0. Okay, got it. Okay, so let's try it again. Yeah, I have no clue about any of those scripting languages. I would never, I don't know. It's hard for me because I would probably like want, if I was going to teach somebody how to program, I would probably want them to do like C or something, but you know, personally, fuck off. Sorry. What is the problem? $84. Oh. Oh, I missed this. There we go. When I use it, it gets easier. Yeah, I guess I don't go outside of my engine. Yeah, that's cool. That's fun. That is fun. Oh, come on. Can't we get them all the compilation issues out of the way in the beginning? Why do we have to keep on, like, just fucking read the thing and figure out what's wrong with it so that we can... U radius undeclared. Oh, yeah, that is true. This is supposed to be U inner radius. Or... yeah, it is U inner radius. Of course, east sun undeclared 100 and 101. Okay. Now 102. Is T0 just a no, it is a vec3. Variable of type float. The variable is not is a vec3. So I don't know what it's talking about. Maybe it's like the other bug made it confused. That might be what it is. Probably wouldn't choose Lua. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, maybe the first language doesn't really matter as long as it's like programming, right? It's probably like just fine if it's nothing like too heavy. Like if it's Lua or whatever, it's like probably fine. But yeah, as long as they enjoy programming, you know. Yeah, I'd like to teach my sister how to program, but I don't know. Oh, come on. Come on. Like what is the like what? Like this is not a variable of type float. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, that's a different... That was... Okay, so yeah, it's fine. Fine. You're... Okay, there you go. We don't have to... We can just do this again. I doubt that we're actually, yeah, I doubted it. Let's see if we, okay, well, okay, like, okay, there we go. Okay, so that's what I was afraid of. There is nothing being shown. Okay, before we freak out, we have to go through all of our uniforms to make sure that when I was pissed off, we didn't fuck something up bad. 12 and 13. G2 and G. I put this at negative 88. I'm not sure what it's supposed to be. This U in wavelength, I just put it to this. But I don't know if that's correct. I just got that from the thing. This outer radius has to match what we have. I think that it does though, but it has to match what's in mesh.c. Yeah, it does. So everything actually looks fine. And I think we do it in the correct order, right? Camera height squared. Then you, yeah. Yeah. So everything is done in the correct order. Maybe it's not plus here, but okay, so more important here, let's just do C0 plus C1 and then see if we get anything first. Those numbers look weird. Apparently, I don't know. Let me see wavelength for atmosphere. That's already inversed is why it's weird. The thing is, when you look this up, it gives you in fucking nanometers. So what do you mean nanometers? Nanometers? Like, bro, just like give me the fucking numbers. Like, bro, blue light is 450, or maybe that's not nanometers, but it's nm. 450 nm, and then the blue is 620 nm. Inversely proportional to the fourth power of the wavelength lambda to the power of -4. I mean, like, that's nanometers? Transition chips. Yeah, I mean AI is fine if you're learning, it's cool. So you're telling me that I should. This was what I looked up scaled. Typical Rayleigh scattering coefficients are often measured around 532 nanometers. So in nanometers. But this is inverse wavelength that they're using is inverse wavelength. 1 over the power of the wavelength divided by to the power of 4. So if we're talking about the wavelength is 0.5, right? If that's what, or if it's nanometers, then that's really small, right? So what is that then? So that would be like, is that okay? So okay, so it's 0.000000045. It's 10 to the power of -9. 2 to 16. Okay, so yeah, that's... Okay, so about 2 to 16. Okay. So I feel like that makes a bit of like a modicum of sense. What we have already. So I'm probably fucking up somewhere else. Like if I had to venture, I guess. All right, let's give it another shot. They weren't learning. They got bored of me pointing them and started making the AI generated stuff. Yeah, I mean, if I was first learning programming, I'd probably be doing a bit of AI stuff, to be honest, because it's probably fun. Okay, so C0, we're just not getting anything in it. Which doesn't make any sense because C0 is supposed to equal the color times. Oh, but the color is 0. Okay, so just to make sure that the pipeline works properly, let's just go without the color. Let's just do raw wavelength, and then let's see if we get anything. I guess that this is maybe it's not enough samples or something. We should try like a lot of samples. Okay, so that's the raw. So we know that that's the raw wavelength. So maybe we don't have enough samples, or you know what's probably the case? What probably is the case is that I fucked up the math royally or some shit, but let's just pretend like that isn't what's happening. Okay. Alright, so let's set samples to like 1,000 or some shit. Oh my god, that's gonna break my computer, I think. They were using Notepad based. That's based. Yeah, I feel like most people would enjoy learning how to program, but it's kind of hard to convince people. Okay, so it's not the amount of samples. It's not the amount of samples. Maybe this is multiplied. Maybe this is so big and then the negative exponent is pushing it into nothing. I think we might have to figure out if the... Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We have to figure out if this is working without the scatter. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna get rid of the scatter for now, and we're just gonna run that, because this scatter is the suspicious part of the formula. So let's just get... Okay, so that isn't working. So this is good to know. This is really good to know. Technically, this should be negative, technically speaking. I feel like we would be seeing something if we did this correctly. I feel like we would be seeing something. We aren't rendering anything because of that, because I missed a parentheses. Yeah, I definitely am going to work on, you know, FFT water, but I kind of wanted to try doing atmosphere today. Okay, so that worked, I suppose. So it's once again it's the scatter that is the problem. It's the scatter. Okay, so okay, so that's what I was worried about, bro. It's the scatter that's the problem. Okay, so alright, let's see. O'Neill found that the optical depth could be modeled as So I'm right there with you with exactly that. Like that's exactly what we have. The problem is so I have. Okay, so we have that. Okay, how are the scale of the light and the camera interpolated? Okay, you're gonna make me lose my fucking goddamn mind. Okay, so it doesn't know it. It doesn't know it. It doesn't know how to do it. Okay, so it's just giving me a bunch of bullshit, this fucking AI, so we're just not going to listen to it. We're just gonna take the camera angle scale, and that's... Man's still on OpenGL? Oh yeah, fucking... I saw you fucking talking to these interesting people in this Jonathan Blow comment section. Very interesting people that watch Jonathan Blow. Very interesting people. I don't use OpenGL because I prefer Vulkan, and I prefer the rich getting richer. I prefer to, yeah, classic, dude. Okay, but like it's just there's nothing going on up there, brother. It's just white. Oh wait, but because I commented this out. I'm trying to do some atmospheric scattering here. Bringing up Jonathan Blow, bro. Jonathan Blow should make a fucking video game or some shit. Holy shit. Bro, this isn't working. This isn't working, and whoever wrote this GPU gems thing was not... Like, bro, what is that? What is that? What the fuck is that? Why is that in the formula? Get that shit out of the formula, dude. Like, fucking magical ass number, bro. It's like, oh yeah, just take the partial derivative, bro. Just take the partial derivative of these angles. Fucking what are you fucking talking about, bro? There's so many parts in this equation that could be going wrong that it's kind of like impossible to really know what is going wrong or how to debug something else. I guess we could try the camera angle also. I wonder, okay, so here's a good thing. We may not be getting a intersection. The F near might be 0. So if I'm a betting man, I would put F near. I would just go put F near in the bag. I'm just gonna vec3 the F near just to see if we have anything inside of it. That's what I'm gonna do. Because I have a feeling we're not getting the intersection. That's what I feel like. Yeah, so that's what I was kind of worried about. I mean, I'm not even sure if... I'm not even sure if that would tell us anything. But yeah, I have a feeling that this does not get the intersection. Sphere array to cam. This is supposed to be, you can just do sphere array to cam. What effect even is that? It's it's how people do actual atmosphere rendering, like the you know, like an atmosphere above a planet, like when the sun is. You can look at it's basically it's this, right? It is complicated though, and I'm doing it the old way. The way that runs better is to actually render a sphere as the atmosphere and then draw onto it. Most people nowadays just do like a quad and then cheat it, but it's it looks better this way and it's way less expensive this way. However, it's like like a monumental pain in the ass, just to be completely honest. You know what else I could do? Okay, so let's just cheat this. Let's just cheat this. So if F near is greater than 0, then we just draw color. That's the way I'm gonna do it. It's kind of janky, but I need to know that that's not 0. And because yeah, it's kind of a pain in the ass, to be honest. Okay, well, that's not what I wanted to see. I wanted to see that the F near was completely incorrect. Okay, well now you're making me believe that this isn't even the problem. Okay, let's just try that, I guess, for the scatter of the week. Shout out. Can I show this my scale equation? Yeah, it's this. It's this. Are you comparing it against something? Because the only thing that I can find is this. That's the only thing that I can find. But maybe it's wrong. I don't know. I can't find anything else. I literally looked up, you know, scale function GPU gems. Yeah, we should look at this other guy's. This other guy, I had him open for a while. He has during his attenuation, he does. Okay, yeah, let's look at this guy's thing. So during his attenuation, Why does he have 2 rays? This is very confusing. Very confusing. When he does his attenuation, he does... iod? Does he get iod? Okay, so he has 2 different rays, right? So that's what that is. Negative height divided by SH. What is SH? What is SH? It's a constant. Maybe it's sun height. Let's see. Do you have it? No, you don't. You don't say what it is. You probably put it here. Cam pause. Dude, what is it with people not explaining their uniforms? Legit. Okay, so your version of the scale is the same? Okay. Well, if it's the same, then it's the same. I mean, how does he... The thing is, like, I don't know how he interpolates between them. Like, what... Optical depth accumulators. So he adds onto these for the depth. So that's our start offset plus depth, and then we multiply it times that. Yeah, that's exactly what I have. That's exactly what I have, yeah. That is exactly what I have. The thing is, I don't know how they... what this is. Like, what do they do here? Like, that's the tricky part. I think otherwise my formula is length of sample point. Yeah, I'm just looking through. I wonder if the F near is correct, because that's the part that I had to kind of do on my own. But I mean, this formula looked like what I saw online. Yeah, this far minus the near is kind of strange, I guess. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we just get rid of F near and we just literally raycast from the camera out. And we just go to FR. Because I think the point of F near is to if you aren't on the surface of the planet and you're hitting it twice. You hit it once in the near and then once in the far. I don't think we do any of that actually, so I'm just gonna try it without that. This is from the files. Yeah, I should have probably unzipped it, huh? I should have probably unzipped it, huh? Is okay, so it's subtraction. No, it's fine. Thank you. I mean, why would they not do the subtraction thing? Okay, so it's subtraction. So we know that for sure now. Okay. I don't think that that's gonna really solve our problems though, to be honest. I feel like we would have already seen something if it was subtraction before. Oh shit. Okay. We do have something. We do have something. We do have something. Okay, now let's try putting back F near into the thing. Okay, at least we have something, so we know that something is going on. Interesting. Hey, Enigma. It's a start. Yeah, I have zero clue on what that is supposed to mean. We could also up the resolution with, like, obviously it's really low resolution what we're looking at. How's it been going? It's been going good. I did figure out the problem with the chunks. It isn't completely resolved, but yeah, I did end up, I stayed up like all night and I did it. It was, what it came down to was that I was freeing things multiple times, not in terms of memory, but in terms of the freeing things from the hash. So putting this one line here basically fixed it. Yeah. There's a perfect skybox. Yeah, not sure about that one. Okay, so if we think about what's happening here, like we are only getting color from certain rays, right? From certain rays. And other rays don't get color, right? Everything else is black. Only certain rays get it. Okay, let's see this. I mean, I doubt it. I doubt that that's gonna do anything, because the only thing is that would make it just make it less. Yeah, the final nail in the coffin, yeah. Yeah, but obviously there are still like some issues with it technically, but I'm not gonna worry about them. I kind of want to work on something else for a little while. Yeah, I don't know. Negative scatter times u and wavelength. I wonder if there's something that I did wrong, or if there's some assumption for them that isn't true for our case. Like, it may be that I did it right, but that I doubt that we need anything more than you told me. Yeah, yep. It was not the end of the world, really. Also, yeah, so also the samples here, their F samples is different than their N samples, which is what I was wondering about. Okay. I'm just going to unzip it and stop. Oh, what the fuck is this? Why did it why? Oh my god, it didn't unzip into a directory. Okay. Why did it not? Okay, whatever. We're not even gonna worry about it. We're just gonna pretend like that didn't happen, and we're just gonna go and search for the vertex shader for some of this stuff. So sky from atmosphere, ground from atmosphere, space from atmosphere, sky from atmosphere. Is that what we want? We want sky from atmosphere? What is in sky from atmosphere? Okay, you gotta work with me here, man. You gotta work with me. Okay. Lock the fuck in. Okay, so here's the scale thing. Okay, so F and N samples are the same goddamn thing. That's what you hate to see. You hate to see it. You really do hate to see it. What am I trying to implement? I'm trying to implement an atmosphere from the ground. Light teams are just hated because every time they put 255 onto all bytes instead of a slightly dim one like 230. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, if they were just slightly less bold, it would probably be fine. Yeah, I mean, so I'm looking at their code here, and it looks exactly the same to me. They don't have near. They don't have near. So, just get rid of this. Do this, okay? So they have far, which is the length of the ray, absolutely. And we normalize it. Okay, so their depth is F scale over depth. Oh wait, this is different. This is different. This is different. So they do some other bullshit in this that they don't do in here. Start height equals length of the start. And the start angle is I think what sky from space? You want sky from space? I don't want sky from space. I want sky from atmosphere. Why would I want sky from space? I'm not in space. I'm not in space. This is what I had. I kind of reverse engineered it later. But yeah, this is probably what they have on the thing. But that's not what we actually want. That is not what we want. And then sample length times f scale, then the ray times the sample length, the start plus sample ray times 0.5. Okay, so that part's the same. So we just do away with the f near thing because once again we don't have, it says in the title on it. Oh, you're talking about this says, yeah, I mean, so this one we don't need an f near because we're not intersecting it twice, right? We only intersect it once because we're on the ground, so that's why we only want this okay. Okay. Okay, so this is exactly what we have. This is exactly what we have. All of this is exactly what we have. It's exactly what we have. Now just put it out. Put it out here. Okay, I'm pretty sure it compiled. Okay, now we aren't getting anything, which is not great, to be honest. Fuck. Is it my light source space? I think, so what they mean is where we are currently positioned. I think that that's where we are currently positioned. Because sky from space, I think, is assuming that we are within space looking at the atmosphere there. And that's why it has an extra intersection test here to get F near. Because we don't really need F near if we're coming from within. We should just be able to intersect with the atmosphere itself. So that's why I was a bit confused. I should really just like do this. Obviously we have to transform this first, so it's just this. Yeah, but this is what I was doing here was I don't see why they did this. It's way too costly and practically just dumb for something to be nicer than a plain color. What do you mean? The website? So this is the start, yeah. But maybe you are right. This is start angle. So that was wrong. That was wrong. Okay. So that was wrong, what I had there. Okay. See something. It's strange how it depends on you being at huh. So that's obviously the sun. I don't know why it's so small and centered at 0 though. Why don't they just approximate? Yeah, I'm not sure. The math for it is kind of complicated, to be honest. So that's obviously supposed to be the sun, but it's not really working that great, to be honest. So here's what I'll try now. I want to try pushing up my resolution on the atmosphere. Like, what if we just do like 512? My sun seems really close. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but I think that's the angle is happening, right? So we were at 128 by 128 by 128 for the sphere, and now I'm just gonna go to 512 just to see if it gets rounder or something. I don't know. Maybe that is a large amount, but we are doing 100 samples per thing. I think it is similar to that. Holy shit, this is incredibly laggy. Holy. Okay, so no, it just stayed that way. Holy shit. Okay, so we don't want to do that. We do not want to do that. We don't want to do that. Yeah, that's a really big sphere, bro. That is a really big sphere to be honest. I wonder if F scale depth is too small, or that our radius is too big. So we can change the radius. We could like, because I looked up the radius online and it said that like 2% is all right. So let's just try that before we lose our minds here. I feel like it shouldn't change the math that much though. Dough? Dough? I said dough. Change the math that much, dough? Yeah. Oh, you know what? You know what? This isn't normalized, by the way. That's not normalized. So true that that isn't normalized. So true. This is actually i3. I can't deal with the sway compositor. It's honestly like a really bad thing. But I think sway is cool though, until you have to actually launch an application on it, and then all of a sudden it kind of like sucks. Yeah, I guess you could do that, Enigma, but this kind of looks a lot better than that. If I can get it working. It currently doesn't look a lot better. That is kind of the tricky part. The cool thing with this is that you can approximate it completely differently for different planets. How so? It looks really cool when you get it actually working, because it perfectly kind of simulates what it actually is like for like air particles and ice particles and stuff to actually go in the sky, you know. That's the thing. Yeah, but it's not just, you know, heat. It's like dust particles and stuff too that get simulated. There's two different things that it's going on. It's two different types. So the me scattering is like more of like the water icy particles, and then the Raleigh scattering is more of the dust, I believe. So there's two different like kind of equations for calculating it. So F scale over depth. Yeah, maybe our things are wrong. Yeah, that seemed to be worse now that when I got rid of that. Oh, also, that isn't radius. This isn't radius. That's not radius. This is, that's diameter. This is the size. That's... Our radius would be chunk radius times chunk world size. So actually, if you wanted to get radius, you would just divide the whole thing by 2. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think so. I mean, based on my meshing thing, where do I use radius at? Where do I use radius? I go by size. Oh, so that's the outer. So in that case, you would just multiply it times 2 because we need that to be. Oh, maybe that is radius. Maybe that was just entirely wrong this whole time. Raycasting it as an excuse? I don't know if it's necessarily an excuse, but it's kind of like the method of simulating it, you know? Is that we project it onto a cube. We don't raycast it against nothing. We march a ray onto a sphere, calculate the intersection, and then based on that do the math, you know. So maybe that was just wrong the whole time. So in this case, you just divide the whole thing by 2. Now, would that really... That wouldn't really change the thing, though. Because at the end of the day, that was just simply the radius. So it was just a bigger cube. Yeah. Yeah. That can't work. That would not, yeah. Yeah, there's plenty of ways of faking it. You could also just like paint onto it, right? But I mean, it's definitely like it's a pretty breathtaking thing once I get it set up. But it does take a while to get it to that point. Of course, we have to figure out the bugs with it. But I'm going to assure you that it's going to be worth it. You know, it's really pretty. But yeah, I have to figure out the math, I guess, because right now it's not really mathing. Well, I tried. What is CG? Yeah, it's not really that expensive. They're doing 2 samples too, by the way. Yeah, I'm probably... It really isn't that expensive. Our samples are, like, you can do this with 10 samples and it looks great. You don't really, it's not really that crazy. Yeah. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. This isn't start height. This is supposed to be camera height. That was supposed to be start height. I mean, a GPU can do this like incredibly fast. Incredibly fast. Like, if anything, it's, you know, you should be critiquing my my triplanar math that it takes me to do normal mapping and stuff. Like this stuff, these texture lookups are 10 times more expensive than a simple ray march here. This is also done in a vertex shader, not a frag shader. So this happens per vertex on the sky, which is not per fragment. So it's like incredibly cheap. Incredibly cheap if you're rendering the sky as a sphere. And my sphere is only 120 by 128 by 28 by 128. You know, it's very, 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 very cheap compared to everything else that happens. You know, I don't think it really is illogical to do this. Because it kind of sets up a system where you can just do procedural stuff, you know, like it's not not something out of the ordinary, for sure. Pretty much every space simulation does it this way. Doesn't mean it's fast relative to what it could do. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If you want to like compare results after, then we can do that, but once I figure it out. Also, you know what I should probably be doing is I should probably be making sure that we are compiling the shader properly. I haven't checked for shader compilation in a while. Okay, yeah, we're fine. We are fine. Maybe campos.z isn't the... Isn't f camera height? I mean, it should be. Camera's current height, yeah. Oh, that's light position, not light direction. Direction vector to the light source. Maybe that's supposed to be this backwards. Let's try that. Because, yeah. It says a direction vector to the light source, not from the light source. Which is what I... Also, this should not be light pause. Why not light dir? It would be a lot more. I'm running this on Intel UHD 620, which should relatively be, you know, it has less threads definitely than a 970, you know. So it's not that's nothing You know, I'm not running this on a I'm running this on a Surface Book 2. So it's not, there's, you know, I obviously do everything based on performance, but this isn't expensive. It's 10 against the number of vertices, which in a single scene is probably like, you know, 100. So that's a dispatch of one work group looping 10 times. That's, you know, it's nothing. In fact, we're doing the math right now, and it's not affecting frame time at all. Just because we aren't rendering things doesn't mean that it isn't going. It's literally, this is 9 ms is the same amount of time that it takes us to render a frame without it. It's the same amount of time. Hardware is its power. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I optimize everything for speed, you know. But I mean, if you want to like fake an atmosphere and prove it to me that it's going to look better, then you can go ahead and do that. But I don't know like what the point you're trying to make is. Like what? Like Arya said that I should give this a try because it's interesting math, and so I'm giving this a try because it's interesting math. You know? I don't know what the argument is. I mean, I don't know. It's really not very expensive at all. You know, it's not, you know, it's literally one work group on a GPU. It's like not. I don't know. Maybe UF scale is really tiny because of the small numbers we're using, because F scale is 1 over the outer radius minus the inner radius. So maybe we just bump this up to like 0.2 or something crazy big, just to see. Because I think when we put it lower, then it started not working as well. Alright, I'm gonna take a break, I guess. I'm gonna go eat. Yeah, this is a bummer that we didn't get to see what this looks like, but yeah. I mean, I get the point that you're making, right? But also, if I just wanted to make something that didn't look good, my goal is to make something that looks good but also runs efficiently, right? And so I have to like play around with the math that has been, you know, that has been done before me. You know what I mean? Like, I can't just like ignore that and go out of my way. If I ignored all of the work that is done before me, then I would have never used this method to create, you know, terrain with noise textures. I also implemented FBM, which is extremely expensive, but it also makes the terrain look awesome, you know? So it's just like a matter of trying things out and seeing what the performance thing is. You know, I run this on a, you know, an Intel integrated graphics, you know, laptop that can't do anything, you know? So if it runs on this means that it can run on like everything. So I mean, I don't know what the point is. I have to do the work at the end of the day. Like, no matter what, I have to. So. It's not faster than 5 lines, but it looks like 10 times better, right? You know, if I wanted to just make the fastest thing, then it just wouldn't be quality. There has to be some trade-off, you know? Has to be some trade-off. I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in like a while probably. I mean, my sleep schedule is fucked up, but I'm going to, I guess, keep looking at this until it works out. All right, peace out.